Sprich weiter, dass der Manni das weiter checken kann. So, soll ich mal Gas geben? Dann hau mal rein. Ist das so, Manni? Magst du das? Ich sprich weiter und fade dabei die Musik aus. So, wunderschön. Und ja, ansonsten, was ist jetzt das? Achso, da gibt es 13 und 14. Ne? Ich spreche weiter. Entschuldige, Manni, dass ich es vergessen habe. Ich schaue nochmal ein anderes Custom Layer von mir an. Genau, 12, 11. Und dann gehen wir wieder zurück. So, die Untertitel auf deinem Handy. Und was Songs, wenn ich Musik abspiele, kommen da auch Untertitel oder ist das dann was anderes? So, ja, dann hätten wir das auch irgendwie. Da müssen wir da noch ein bisschen Gas geben. So, 1, 2, 3. Ho, 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 mo. Ta, ha. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. So, 1, 2, 3. So, Manni, wie schaut's aus? Ich spreche rein und es kommt nichts, oder wie? Und ich spreche weiter, es ist halt sehr wenig Pegel und sehr wenig Lautheit, aber dry, ja. Ich schaue schnell, was ich zum Vorlesen habe. Gebt mir einen Moment. Kundenservice Deutschland. Na, warte mal. Das sind lauter Werbungen. Nutzen Sie noch Ihre Reise... Moment, die machen wir die PI aus, zumindest hier unten. 1, 2, 3. Nutzen Sie noch Ihr Reiseguthaben von bis 1.000 € Pauschalreise, Hotels, Stadtreisen, Flug und Hotel, Ferienwohnungen und Wohnmobile und erhalten Sie bis zu 25% Gold Club Rabatt auf alle Mietwagenbuchungen. Dank vieler kostenloser Oh Gott, ich kann nicht lesen, weil meine Brille nicht mehr funktioniert. Dank vieler kostenlos stornierbarer Angebote bleiben Sie flexibel und wer früher bucht, Okay, also ich spreche da rein und mehr kann ich euch leider nicht. Ja, das ist so. So, ja. Wir schicken halt jetzt Lufts von minus 39 ungefähr. Ja, das kann ich aber nicht mehr ändern, leider. Das hat der Kollege so gebaut, dass das nicht beeinflussbar ist. Jetzt kam ein Okay, oder was? Wenn ich jetzt sage, also jetzt verstehst du. So, dann spreche ich weiter und gain halt den Input von diesem Stream-Teil. Ich weiß es ja nicht, also wieder kommt gar nichts. Du hörst mich nicht, oder was? Ja, ich spreche ja Deutsch rein, vielleicht ist das das Thema, dass man dann Good morning everybody, now we are trying to speak this in English and the show will start. Okay, na, dann, ja, aber dann weiß ich es nicht. Dann, also ich kann gern weiterreden, bis ihr eure Problematik gelöst habt. Ich kann nämlich auch nicht mehr beeinflussen, dass man es jetzt oben ausschaltet. Ich bin da... Good morning, morning habe ich tatsächlich noch nie gesagt. Oh, das ist a little bit delayed. Das ist ein massives Delay. Es ist ein massives Delay, das ist das Problem. So. 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, ta. Er schickt auch die Stereosumme nach oben. Nein. Okay, dann schaut auf die Uhr, es ist 13:37. Ich spreche jetzt nochmal drauf auf Deutsch. And now I switch to English and it's still 13:37. 37 in a bit delay. What is going on inside? Manni, sind wir durch? Bitte. So, 1, 2, 3. Ta-ha. Ta-ha.
Shadokire ama, shirutini. que tanta dor? Pra que tanto ódio? Se somos irmãos e temos que dar as mãos. Pra que tanta dor? Pra que tanto ódio? Se somos irmãos e temos que dar as mãos. Olha o sofrimento, olha o sofrimento que vem cá de dentro. A nossa terra está a morrer. Olha o tormento que vem cá de dentro. A nossa terra está a sofrer demais. Olha aquela mamã, já não tem lágrimas, já não tem lamento. A nossa terra está a morrer. Angola é tão grande, tão rica e tão linda, que dá para todos nós e para quem ama Angola. Angola é tão bela, tão rica e tão linda, que dá para todos nós e para quem ama Angola. Angola é tão bela, Angola é tão linda, tão rica e tão grande, que dá para todos nós e para quem ama Angola. Angola, viva! Angola, viva! monde nous regarde maintenant, je vois que le ciel est toujours bleu. La mer n'a pas changé de couleur, la vie n'a pas beaucoup changé. Tout le monde nous regarde maintenant, je vois que le ciel est toujours bleu. La mer n'a pas changé de couleur, la vie n'a pas beaucoup changé. Maintenant, je vois que le ciel est toujours bleu. La mer n'a pas changé de couleur, la vie n'a pas beaucoup changé. Tout le monde nous regarde maintenant, je vois que le ciel est toujours bleu. La mer n'a pas changé de couleur, la vie n'a pas beaucoup changé. Changer les couleurs, Kumba, Kumba, la mer n'est plus bleue pour toi. Kumba, Kumba, tu as changé les couleurs. Kumba, Kumba, la mer n'est plus bleue pour toi. Changer les couleurs, Kumba, Kumba, la mer n'est plus bleue pour toi. Kumba, Kumba, tu as changé les couleurs. Kumba, Kumba, la mer n'est plus bleue pour toi.
So, 1, 2, 3. Ta. Sa, ta, ha. S, sa. S. 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 Ta, ha. Ta, ha. Ta, ha. Ta, ta, ha. Ta, ha. Ta, ha. Ta.
Thanks for coming. Look around. A full house ahead of the MSc. Good afternoon and welcome everyone to our Innovation Night, right? The opening of the Energy Security Hub at the Munich Security Conference hosted by the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt. It's lovely again to see you all. Thank you so much for coming. And my name is Katie Gallos. I'm delighted to guide you through tonight, through our Innovation Night, but also in the upcoming days. We will hear each other. As, of course, we are living in these times, we are living in full of transformation. But as you all know, transformation does not happen through strategy papers alone. They happen through doing, when innovation reaches the market, and this will keep us busy today at the Innovation Night. We are at the front line of this transformation with this Innovation Night, as we are listening today also to 7 leading European scale-ups. They are part of this year's BMW Foundation Respond Scale-Up program, and they will take the stage in just a second. So it's going to happen a lot of, food for thought, critical thinking, and of course, the power of innovation. And this afternoon is about a momentum when it comes to ambition, when it comes to turning European innovation into the powerhouse, again, into the European strength that we need. That's from my side, from that moment. And for the official opening, I hand over to the board of the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt, Heike Schneeweiß.
So, a very warm welcome also from my side. Great to have you all here this afternoon. It means a lot to us. And I have a great honor today to welcome Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger on behalf of the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt here at our Energy Security Hub. Wolfgang Ischinger is one of Germany's most distinguished diplomats, chairman of the Munich Security Conference, and a highly respected expert on foreign and security policy. His work has been always focused, in particular, on strengthening transatlantic relations, advancing European policy, foreign policy, and in contributing to the development of Europe's security architecture. There would be so much more to say, Ambassador, but we are delighted that you are here today and share your thoughts on the opening of our Innovation Night at the Munich Security Conference. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger.
First of all, thank you so much for having me. I am absolutely thrilled to see how we have grown over the last almost 20 years that I've been involved with the Munich Security Conference. I checked this morning, and I couldn't believe what I was told by our team. We have, as of this morning, issued, believe it or not, almost 20,000 badges. Not 200 or 2,000, but 20,000 badges for what will be approximately 1,000 senior participants from all over the world, another almost 1,000 observers, more than 1,000 journalists. So you would think that maybe 3,000 or 4,000 badges would be good enough. But then, of course, you have the bodyguards, the security people, the logistics people, the people who bring the food in the various restaurants, etc., etc., etc. So almost 20,000 badges. Just imagine what kind of machinery this has developed into. When I first found myself invited to a conference which was at that time in the early 90s, still led by Ewald von Kleist, the founder, I found myself in a smoke-filled room with approximately 70 men. I don't think I ever saw a single woman in those days. And then, of course, a few years later, my direct predecessor, and here we go with BMW, that was Horst Teltschik, who took over then and led the conference from this German-American beginning into a larger, more international future, with, of course, the pinnacle being the famous Putin speech in 2007. That was actually the last year that Horst Teltschik ran the conference. Quite frankly, when I stand here today on the eve of the opening day, I think there has not been in these 17 or 18 years since a Munich Security Conference with more important, more challenging questions than this one. We have a war ongoing in Europe, and within 10 days of this conference, this war will actually enter into its 5th year. That's actually longer than World War I. And we're sitting here, you know, in the warmth of Munich, knowing that less than 2 hours flight time from here, in Kiev or in Odessa or in Kharkiv, people, the civilian population is still being terrorized. I think there's no better word, no more appropriate word than terror, what they are suffering in terms of the elimination of all the heating and energy systems that they have. That brings me to energy. And I am the happiest person in terms of looking at our agenda. I'm so happy that we decided to put energy and energy security on our agenda already a good number of years ago. I think we had good advice from some major people in the industry who told us correctly that going forward, energy will not become less, it will actually become more important. And I know there are many experts here in the room who know this much better than I do, that as we move further and further into a world dominated by AI and by the data production facilities that are associated with it, the need for more and more available energy will increase dramatically further. In other words, the energy issues, the transition that we have to undergo in societies like ours is one of the most challenging and tremendous security issues that I can think of. So thank you very much, BMW, the BMW Foundation, the company, for doing this, for organizing the Innovation Night. I think energy and innovation is almost synonymous today for us. And I also want to pay tribute to the fact that BMW has, of course, been a wonderful partner and sponsor for our activities for so many years. We appreciate this very, very much. We couldn't do what we're doing. We could not issue 18 or 20,000 badges if we didn't have the kind of support from significant members of the international business community, including major German companies like BMW, etc. So a warm welcome from us. We're going to have more than 200 side events for the next 3 days. We will have, and that's my final brief comment, we will have, if all goes well, and if the US budget confrontation does not lead to more complications over the next 24 hours, we will have the most significant, or one of the most significant, US congressional delegations ever. And I want to leave you on this positive note. Our Munich Security Report this year has the rather negative title of Under Destruction, which is, I think, a correct description of what is currently happening to the international system generally. And when I look at Vladimir Putin putting the wrecking ball to the European Security Order, now in the 12th or 13th year since the annexation of Crimea, etc. So what I find so that makes me hopeful is the fact that even as we discuss wrecking ball policies being used by Russia, being used by China, being used by all other actors, but also being used in some respects, of course, by the Trump administration, we are still expecting one of the largest congressional delegations ever. In other words, the interest of the American elites in working with Europe and in understanding how our cooperation, our transatlantic partnership, which I like to call it going forward, can be strengthened, and how trust, which has obviously been lost to some extent through such activities as the Greenland episode and other events over the last year or so, how trust can be restored. My last sentence is this: as the organizer, or as the chief of the organizing team, I'd like to compare myself to a bicycle repair shop. You know, people come in and bring their bike and say, the chain has come off. Can you put it on? Can you put it back on? And, you know, put some oil on it so that I can ride my bike this afternoon again. Well, if the repair work in the transatlantic world, in the repair work in the global peace and security work would be as easy as putting a chain back on my bicycle, then we'd be in really good shape. But let's hope that that's what it's all about. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
So, Herr Ischinger, vielen Dank. Schön, dass Sie da waren.
Thank you. Bitte? Ja, ein gemeinsames Foto. Ja, klar. Ja. Ja, klar.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sehr gut.
Dankeschön.
So you heard me saying, wir machen ein gemeinsames Foto. This is a great moment for us. Thank you, Ambassador Ischinger, for your clear words. And thank you, and to the Munich Security Conference, for being such a strong partner over many, many years. One thing is unmistakable. We are no longer living in a world with temporary disruptions. Geopolitical insecurity has become a permanent condition. In this world, innovation is no longer defined by excellence alone, but it's defined by its ability to scale, reduce dependencies, and secure our future. And let me say this clearly. Europe does not have an innovation gap. Europe has a scaling gap, and at its core, a coordination gap. For a long time, being best in class meant having the most advanced technology, the highest performance, and the greatest efficiency. Today, best in class means much more. The best technologies must compete globally, safeguard sovereignty, and strengthen society. And we in Europe, we do have world-class technology. But innovation often moves faster than the systems around it can adapt. That is the coordination gap. And this is the real challenge in Europe. And it's not only about speed, it's also about synchronization. Let me give you an example. Fusion energy shows what is at stake. Europe has led fusion science for decades. 3 of the world's leading fusion companies are here in Munich. Marve Fusion, Proxima, and Gauss Fusion. They show how scientific leadership can translate into deployment and strategic relevance. Fusion is not just clean energy. Fusion is energy abundance without dependence. No imported fuels, no geopolitical leverage. That is engineered sovereignty. We must create a system in which scientific leadership, capital, regulation, markets, grids, and public acceptance can move together and turn innovation into resilience and bring fusion to life. Today, you will hear about technologies that matter, from e-fuels to thermal batteries. These are not just building blocks of competitiveness, they are building blocks of Europe's sovereignty. And finally, why do we call this Innovation Night? Because we need innovation today more than ever. We need new solutions, we need new perspectives, we need new ways of thinking about processes and collaboration. And we need an innovative mindset to champion the challenges ahead. A future-proof society is built through innovation, scaled through coordination, and secured through sovereignty. If we get this right, Europe will not only adapt to a changing world, we will help shape it. That is why nights and evenings and days like this matter. Enjoy the afternoon here at the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt Pavilion. Thank you.
Thank you, Heber Agib, but also thank you to Wolfgang Ischinger. Thank you very much. Good luck with the rest of the days and the rest of the conference. As we are diving into our opening conversation now with the topic of the electricity age, this is, well, the era that we've entered, of course, a new era defined by the exponential demand of AI, of artificial intelligence, and the urgent decarbonization of our industry. And as we all know, we are all reading headlines every day about digital revolutions, and all these revolutions, they grab our attention. But the future of all these digital revolutions, they lie on a very physical reality, right? The power grid. This is the base. And how solid is this base? So this is not just about a fuel supply that gives us this base, but also about technological sovereignty. Sorry, I'm standing in your way. I'm trying to find the right spot. No worries. No. So we're trying to find the technological sovereignty and the ability to deliver flexible power to all these data points and to all these data centers where we need to have energy, because these nodes, they are defining the next decade. And with me now is our first guest here for the opening conversation. He's the CEO of Hitachi Energy, a global technology company for electrification and for powering a sustainable energy future, headquartered, of course, in beautiful Zurich, Switzerland. And please give him a big round of applause. Andreas Schierenbeck. Andreas. Thank you. Have a seat. Beautiful. To kick off our innovation night, Andreas, I just mentioned a few things. I mentioned that, of course, that we've entered the electricity age, and we are entering this momentum where AI and decarbonization comes together and changes the era. So from your perspective and as a leader, how would you say which fundamentally changes are needed, also from a leader's perspective, when it comes to the power grid as an economic competitiveness?
Yeah, thank you for having me. The question is to answer that bulk of questions, how many hours do we have?
Few minutes.
Actually, the first step would be probably to recognize that something fundamentally has changed in the last couple of years. First of all, if you look on the surface and you talk about energy, the demand of primary energy has developed actually like before. It's growing 1%, 2%, 3%. It's molecules and electrons, and that looks rather unspectacular. But if you look below the surface, there's a demand for electricity, which is much, much higher than before. It's the basic growth of energy demand is now electricity. That's why we call it the era of electricity. And the drivers for that are really multifold. It's electrification of industrial processes driven by sustainability and by more optionality. It is definitely AI, which is the top of that. As well, it's a kind of catch-up effect because we have underinvested in our grid. And of course, I think it's worth to mention, as Ambassador Ischinger said, 5 years ago, a war started actually in Europe, but it was the first time then for long decades, energy was used as a weapon as well, and it's still used as a weapon. And all that actually we have to keep in our mind to define what we are doing next.
So an area of weaponization of the energy as well. So energy security, as you highlighted, really returned as a geopolitical priority on the agenda of foreign policy, of course. But again, you mentioned it is the core of electricity security, but what makes a grid, what I mentioned as the base, then a strategic infrastructure in today's world, from your perspective also? Because this is, the solid base we are working on.
Well, I think we need two things. We need a solid grid, and we come to that. As well, I think we have to ask the question, where is electricity are coming from? Because it has to be somehow produced, and the question how to produce it, how to generate electricity has an impact on the grid. In former times, we produced energy where it was needed. You have a load center, big industrial park, you put a power plant and on the side, no need for transportation, you get all the molecules you needed. Now we have more renewables, and of course we want to diversify because we don't want to be dependent, and that asks for a complete different grid. We have now a lot of generation on the North Sea, with wind, we have solar, but the load centers are still where they are. They are here in the south or in other areas, and you have to connect them. And that's changed the role of the grid. So we have to build it more sustainable, more bigger. We have to talk about different technologies like direct current transportation. And the grid has to be much more interconnected because the wind is not always blowing, the sun is not always shining. And of course, different countries in the EU need more interconnection to make it more resilient.
Mm. You mentioned that it's not just a utility, but rather a strategic infrastructure that we need to actually change the role of the grid as well. Andreas, when we check on artificial intelligence, of course, as we all know, the electrification demand is rising exponentially, and the grids, they cannot expand as quickly and as fast, of course, as the need we see when it comes to AI. So let's talk about energy availability in times of artificial intelligence. What is your take on that? Because maybe it's the real limit then to AI growth, because we have this limit on the grid. How would you actually discuss this debate?
There's some truth in the statement, because actually in that area of electrification, which came, I would say, to probably all of the players as a surprise. Nobody has seen it. No banks, no analysts, no industry players, no providers of equipment. Nobody has seen that coming. I just give you one example. If we did a capital market day, normally maybe 10 analysts showed up. Now we have 60 or 100. Mm-hmm. So nobody was really there and was interested in it. So you got that steep curve already, and then you got AI on top of it. And AI is actually, from that point of view, even more interesting because the players for that are not industrial players as we know them. It's not a chemical plant, it's not an automotive plant, it's a hyperscaler. Guys with a lot of money and no time, driven from a software industry, we want to have it now. And the demand for energy is huge. Just to give you one example, data centers are not new, we know them. But they have normally an energy capacity of 10, 20, 30 megawatts, so like the airport in Heathrow, not much more. Now we are talking about data center in the scale of 1 gigawatt or 2 gigawatts, and they have to be developed fast. 2 gigawatts, by the way, that's the size of 2 nuclear plants, which we don't have in Germany anymore.
But this is actually showing us the speed that we need to actually pump in.
And just give you another example. To build the grid is not easy. A normal grid infrastructure project, I'm not talking about SouthLink, talking about a normal project, it's about 6 years. It's 3 years permitting and 3 years construction. And the data center should be there faster. So actually we have a kind of set of problems. We need fast grid connections, we need a lot of energy, we have to produce it and transport that, and we have to develop the grid, which anyway has a catch-up project, and we have to make it more resilient. So that's definitely worth to say at the moment, I would say, the demand of energy is in a way hindering the growth of data centers.
So we see the demand, we see the speed that we need, we see what you outlined, what we need, but then of course, how do we get there? And of course, and then it comes to the hardware. bottleneck right at the beginning of the value chain, which is of course also an interesting topic because this is we need critical grid equipment. You mentioned some high voltage transformers to cables. All this of course takes a few years actually, multi-yearly times when it comes to the hardware. So looking to Europe's ecosystem and perspective, would you see that Europe is facing this structural supply bottleneck in actually accelerating the delivery at scale what we need?
Well, I wouldn't call it a structural problem. I think it's a kind of combination of things. You said it's the beginning of it. I would say from a utility point of view, and as I was on the other side of the business and not as a provider, equipment was the end of it. You start to planning a project, asking permissions, getting the money. It takes a lot of time, and then you plan to get the equipment. So the equipment actually from the point of view of the industry was the end of it. Now it's a limiting factor because since nobody has seen that steep curve, nobody has prepared the industry for that. And there was overcapacity for a long time. It's not that we didn't have it. Now to scale it up takes time. To build a transformer factory takes about 3 to 4 years. You have a lot of manual work which you cannot automate. You have to train the people. It's not a problem of money. We have enough money to spend, of CapEx. It's a question of how fast can we build, how fast can we scale that, and how fast actually we can change the industry. Because actually, I would say we have to find a new way of work together. Because the transactional thing, I have a project, I ask for equipment, I order it, I get it, that just takes too long. I think we need a horizon. What do we need in 4 years and 5 years to build for that? And there's a lot of time we can actually cut down and make it faster and cheaper.
Thank you for that outline. Allow me one question, because sometimes I wonder if we have an industrial capacity problem hiding inside our energy transition. You know, we have this goal of energy transition. Do we have an industrial capacity problem also, of course, in between, hiding and not mentioning it enough?
I would say we have all the issues on the table. We talked about capacity. I think we need a lot of more people. That's something where we have to hire quite a lot, which at the moment we are able to do. That we need time to train. But I think the bigger problem is actually the regulation or the framework in which we are developing it. Because the framework for the electricity energy industry was built in a way to save taxpayers' money, to make the process slow, digestible, only invest the minimum. This is now have to turn around. We have to become faster. And of course, that's a joint undertaking of the industry, of the regulatory body, Bundesnetzagentur in Germany, and of course the utilities to find together a way how to become faster.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opening conversation. Andreas Schierenbeck. Thank you, Andreas. Thank you so much. Now coming up, ladies and gentlemen, of course, with these thoughts in the air, we talk, and I mentioned them earlier already, our scale-up spotlights engineering really towards tomorrow's energy system. We bring in a second 7 very innovative scale-ups here on stage when it comes to bioenergy, when it comes to hydrogen battery value chain and circular materials. And these scale-ups are all at the Respond Scale-Up pilot program by the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt together with the International Finance Corporation in just a second. And for that, because all of that needs to be discussed, needs to be brought on stage, I welcome a gentleman here. We know him already from last year. He is the director of the Precourt Institute for Energy. He's a professor of materials science and engineering of energy science, and he will give us an opening impulse, but also, of course, more infos about our startups and scale-ups. William Ju is with us. William, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for that very kind introduction. And indeed, it is great to be back. Greetings from Stanford University and Silicon Valley. I could not emphasize the need for this transatlantic partnership, and that is one of the many reasons why we're here. It's my great pleasure and honor to speak about from startup to scale-up. And I thought I would begin with a statement on our North Star in terms of the energy transition. What we're looking for is an affordable, secure, and sustainable energy for everyone on the planet. What is the key word in that statement? It's and. This is an and problem, not an or problem. We need to be able to achieve all three characteristics in time simultaneously. I want to offer, firstly, a few reflections. I have been working in the energy storage, technology, and industry area for 20 plus years. And I thought I would give the example of scale-up of batteries, specifically lithium-ion batteries. Let me start with some numbers. When the lithium-ion battery was invented in 1991, it was $7,500 per kilowatt hour. Today, it is $50. Just 10 years ago, the global capacity producing lithium-ion battery was 0.04 terawatt hour. At the end of this year, it would be 4. And that just happened in the past decade. This is the enormous growth in just one technology, one sector alone. Another reflection I want to offer is one from Silicon Valley. We have seen tremendous scale up in Silicon Valley in life sciences. And there, the recipe was innovation by startups and scale up by incumbents through merger and acquisition. We saw similar success in software, where the capital intensity of scale-up is low. And we also saw them in tech areas. There was the willingness to pay for new features and then to be able to ride the cost learning curves. But in the case of energy, the story is quite different. Let me now move on to challenges. What makes the energy transition so challenging in terms of innovation and subsequently industrialization is the fact that most of the energy transition deals with commodities, electricity, or in energy adjacent sectors, food, ag, miles transported for mobility. All these are commodities in which the main value to the customers is the economics. But as we know, it takes time for the economics to come to parity. And this is one of the primary challenges, is to think about how we can achieve the future in which a commodity replacement is made. Another aspect is, of course, the capital and time intensity. We think about projects in energy on the billions per project or tens of billions per project. Time scale, we're talking about a decade or longer in some sectors. And this is one order of magnitude or two greater than many of the industries I mentioned. Enough about the challenges. Let's talk about the opportunities. I think the number one opportunities we should be thinking about is how do we finance the learning curves? I begin with the story of success of lithium-ion batteries. That learning curve was financed in a very special way. There were beachhead markets, camcorders. That's what led to the first lithium-ion batteries by Sony. Then laptops, consumer electronics, then electric vehicles, and now energy storage for the grid. Developing those sequentially larger markets allows us to write the cost curve down. I think that's one of the foremost challenge as we go from innovation to industrialization. Another major opportunity already highlighted by our earlier speakers are new value streams. For example, the value of security. The opportunity here, of course, to achieve security, you need scale as well. This is what makes it challenging. The other aspect is speed. Now we have artificial intelligence pulling energy in a very powerful way, but to deliver, then we will need to do it quickly, which then requires a substantial capital deployment and a willingness to pay, which is something in which the equation is changing very rapidly. And then finally, and I think the most important part, is ecosystems. I come from one innovation ecosystem in Silicon Valley. Munich is another powerhouse innovation system. Germany and Europe also is home to industrial ecosystems. thinking about how the innovation in the industrialization ecosystems will come together globally across Atlantic Ocean, I think it's a real key challenge. I hope this provides some context and learnings and reflections from Silicon Valley. And now it's my great pleasure to invite to the stage the doers of the energy transition from the Respond Scale Up program to talk about the frontline stories. And I prepared one question for each one of them to tease out how they are transitioning from startup to scale up. So let me invite each company to come to stage one at a time, and then they will also be available for discussion later on as well. So first up, I am very pleased to invite Nicholas Davidsson, CEO of Miva Energy from Sweden. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, Nicholas, Miva turns biogenic waste into renewable industrial heat. My question is as follows. What technology de-risking was necessary to secure commercial takeoff in the industrial waste sector that is de-risking the business? And the question here is really talking about how to go from de-risking tech to de-risking business.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's a really good question. You know, we can't just rely on the existing technologies. We need to develop new ones as well. And then the factor of de-risking comes into play. In our context, we have gone the long way from university research, small-scale lab trials, pilot plants, and at the stage where we are now, having applied a first-of-a-kind plant, which is deploying energy to our customer. It's a long story, but the way to do it is to be, very diligent in your engineering, and it's also to make sure that you communicate well with your stakeholders. Make sure that, in our case, the manufacturing industries that constitute our end customers understands the risks, accepts them, and that we find means together to basically address them.
Wonderful. Nicholas, thank you so much. Our next spotlight is Rotem Arad, the Chief Business Officer of H2 Pro from Israel. Welcome. Rotem, H2 Pro develops highly efficient electrolyzer systems for green hydrogen. As I mentioned, riding the cost curve is incredibly important. How are you going after the beachhead markets in H2 Pro that is targeting in order to ramp up the manufacturing to scale?
So thank you for this question. At the end of the day, when we are looking on green hydrogen, the cost is mainly not from the equipment, it's coming from electricity. 70%, about 70% of the cost of 1 kilogram of green hydrogen is the cost of electricity. And the question is, how do we use cheap electricity? Cheap electricity is obviously renewable. Renewable in its bare naked form, which is off-grid. But the current electrolyzer cannot fit into the renewable because they cannot turn on and off many times because of degradation and so on and so forth. So what we are doing is that we are developing from day one an electrolyzer for renewable. You can switch it on and off as many times as you want. And we're also dealing with the CapEx side because we are doing a decoupled electrolysis and membraneless. So we are tackling both the cost of the electricity, meaning renewable use, as well as the CapEx, and by so we are reducing the cost of green hydrogen.
Incredible. Thank you, Rotem. Thank you very much. Next up, I'm pleased to welcome Tim Bolken, founder and CEO of Innored Tech from Germany. Tim, Innored produces synthetic fuels using renewable energy and CO2 as input. By the way, I worked on this myself 20-some years ago. This is a very challenging problem. What are the technology and the commercial milestones for your current pilot plant that would enable you to unlock the next investment?
Yeah, I think when you have worked on this topic by yourself, you maybe can witness that what we have delivered is a true milestone. So in Frankfurt, we have our first-of-a-kind plant up and running, where we produce synthetic fuels from carbon dioxide and green hydrogen to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors. Aviation, shipping, chemical industry, and I even have it with me. So whoever wants to come by and smell really clean, carbon-neutral aviation fuel can do this. On the other hand, as we have now executed and delivered, it's about the next steps. And here, I think the awareness is already there that these green molecules are also very important for sovereignty and independence for Europe, for the chemical industry, for the transportation, but also for our defense system. And I think we have now all pieces together. The technology is there. We have the off-takers that are finally stepping in. We have the European Union and the NATO states stepping up, acknowledging that these synthetic fuels are key for Europe's sovereignty. And we are now going into the next plants. So we have kickstarted the next project in France, which will put the production costs of the fuel in half. And this is how we continue, build each of the modular plant piece after piece, until we go down the same cost curve as the batteries as you have described.
Cutting costs by 2. That sounds fantastic. Thank you very much, Tim. Next, I'm very pleased to welcome Anna Lamp, founder and CEO of Traceless Metal from Germany, to the stage. Anna, Traceless turns agricultural waste into compostable materials and to replace plastic. As you scale up the volume of the waste that you're handling, how will you tackle the variability in the feed that comes with scale?
Yes, thank you. That's a very good question, because actually when we started the company, we were working for 1 year in R&D stage with the same batch. And then my researcher came to me and was like, okay, the batch is empty. Can you order a new batch? And I ordered a new batch and it was completely different. So that's super crucial to develop a process. We needed to reinvent the process a little bit, to develop a process that is stable against the fluctuations. And this is what we did at Traceless. We're using side products of the grain industry, and we iterated it with many, many, many learnings to use different side streams, different harvesting seasons, and so on, to now be very, very robust against the fluctuations in the incoming stream. And of course, we are substituting plastics, and plastics are produced from a natural gas, and this is quite unfair, because natural gas is always the same composition. But when you manage to create a very robust process to get rid of the fluctuations, then you also have a very good competitive advantage, and this is what we're now exploring.
Wonderful, Anna. Thank you so much. Next, I'm very, very happy to welcome Adrian Polish, founder and chairman of Prime Batteries from Romania.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Well, a fellow battery person, wonderful. Adrian, Prime Batteries manufactures lithium-ion batteries for energy storage for the grid here in Europe. In the battery industry, we often have to confront a challenge. How do we balance between the degree of disruption and scalability? That is a trade-off. How is Prime navigating this trade-off?
Thank you for the question. You just said that lithium-ion batteries were invented back in 1991, right? So it's like 35 years ago. It's not that disruptive, although it might look like that. It took us 35 years to get here. So from our experience, when we talk about disruption, even, let's say, if we have a great idea today, it will take maybe 3 to 5 years to get to laboratory maturity, maybe another 3 to 5 years to get to product maturity, and then maybe another 3 to 5 years to have the machines that will build that product at scale and high volume, high quality. We quickly realized this. We actually got founded 2 weeks before Norvolt and still surviving in Europe. And on profit for 7 years now. And this is actually the differentiation factor, what we did right. We realized that it's not like a real disruption. It will take a lot of time for technology to change. And then we focused on scale. And our approach was to be very careful when we're scaling. Not scale before you're not on profit, you don't have the system in place, and only then you're going to blitz scale it. Okay?
Thank you so much, Arjun.
Thank you.
Our final spotlight is Gideon Schwisch, founder and CEO of Scilab here in Germany. Gideon, Scilab focuses on recycling lithium-ion batteries to close the loop. A critical part of the equation when it comes to recycling is the availability of the input, the black mass. And it's coming, but it will take some time. What is your strategy to sustain the business while you intercept this inflection point?
Yeah, so thanks a lot for being here. For those who are not too familiar with the battery recycling value chain, the black mass is an intermediate product. That means usually a battery that goes end of life, like for example from prime batteries, that at some point gets shredded and then currently exported to Asia. Usually Indonesia, mostly China. What we have here in Europe is an infrastructure for shredding. That means we have an infrastructure for the logistics, taking the battery, and then produce that intermediate product. What we do not have is hydrometallurgy. That means chemical processes capable of recovering the elements that we import from China. So what we need to set up is those chemical processes capable of recovering those elements that we are so dependent on. And that is exactly what we're doing. And since we have that infrastructure of shredding companies here in Europe already, there is quite an inflow already. I mean, you have smartphones, you have laptops, you maybe have an e-bike, maybe you even have an EV. So there is already something that needs to be recycled and where we on the one hand have to capture the value, but on the other hand have to make sure that we bring that back to our loops. And this is what we're doing, and since we have a part of that infrastructure already, we are in a very strong position right now, where we scaled the company and now building Europe's biggest plant. But that's just the beginning. The market's going to grow in the upcoming years, so we have a lot to do.
Thank you very much, Gideon. So I think I have maybe 1 or 2 extra minutes. So let me offer a few closing thoughts before the silent disco continues with our innovators. When I think about the recipes for transitioning from innovation to business and commercialization, I think of 4 ingredients. The 4th one, near the bottom, is good ideas. The 3rd one, good people. The 2nd one, good timing. And on the very top, and I think our business leaders would agree with me, is execution. You really have to execute flawlessly. Our doers here are carrying out every day to make this happen. What is the task we are trying to achieve here collectively? I can say in a very simple way, when it comes to energy and sustainability, we are trying to engineer away the green premium. I think the solutions will come when the economic parity has been met, and the way to get there is to think about how to innovate for scale. With that, thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to meeting all of the innovators. Thank you.
Thank you to William Ju. This is again your round of applause. Thank you so much for spotlighting so many bright ideas and scale-ups. As William already mentioned, we are now shifting our conversation into the innovation potential of the reality of scaling. So we are shifting the conversation now from what is possible to what is actually taking us to deploy these technologies in real systems, really to bring it on the grid, into the base, into the solid baseline. So with that, I have something for you. A silent disco. Maybe this night looks a little bit different than a normally night out, or the disco feeling looks a little bit different. So we will grab for the silent disco these headphones. They are found downstairs here or upstairs. So please do grab a pair of headphones in just a second. And choose then the channel that you like to listen to. So I compare it to a radio station, tuning in with different radio channels. And you switch these radio channels, these different stages that we will dive into in a second, with these colors. So this would be now easy, stage blue, right? And the topic on stage blue. The color indicates, as I mentioned, the stage that you are listening to, and it's very easy. With the white button here, you can switch our radio channels. You can switch the colors from blue to red to green. So you get the idea. It's not a rocket science, just to give you an idea. If you don't hear anything, check the volume again, or as we all do it, switch it on and switch it off again, and then it works again. So it's reloading. I do this sometimes with my technical devices, so this helps as well. During the conversations, please, and this is the kind of invitation, feel actively invited to engage, right? We all hear your questions then and your thoughts and your ideas. Important, as we are all listening on different channels, use the audience microphone for that. Because otherwise, if you don't speak in a microphone, people downstairs maybe cannot hear you that are on the same channel. So the silent disco is really bringing everybody together. So let's have a look into the colors. Who's good at navigating? All of us. Downstairs, let's go to the left. You will see the different topics combined to the scale-ups that we just listened to. So future fuels and hydrogen is number 1. It's at the green stage, ground floor. So it will be here in that area, and you need the green color for that. Easy. Circular industry, number 2, will be guided here. Also downstairs, you need the red channel then for that. So you listen. Oh, upstairs. The ground floor is upstairs. See? 2 people in the room did listen to what I was saying. No, thank you again. So we are upstairs with number 1 and number 2. And basement, of course, this is here, number 4, battery value chain and industrial heat. Any questions? I think we're ready, right? I don't think it's too difficult. So please find again your specific type of interest, the stage of your interest. One last thing, please also remember, and this is important, to speak into the microphone if you are speaking to the people, if you want to engage with your group, because maybe some people is downstairs listening to your chat. welcome back, everybody, from the break, from a good sip of strong coffee, and of course from the silent disco. I promised you it's a little bit of a different disco night out with a lot of great conversations. So please give also the team of the BMW Foundation for organizing the silent disco, and for the Scale-Ups a big round of applause, because it takes a lot of hands. Thank you very much, dear team. And of course, now that I have your attention, welcome back here. Already with a splendid panel placed here on the lower stage. And we talk now about the in-between, between ambition and reality. I know there are still a lot of conversations going on. And I'm looking at all of you up there having a conversation. You can also join us downstairs, of course, with your questions, but also I kindly invite you to bring in your attention and your silence to the stage to really honor our guests. We want to have a debate about Europe's position in the global clean tech area, because, of course, here at the Energy Security Hub, we are tackling different topics, but the clean tech race is a race that we should have a closer look on. It's not just a polite competition of ideas, as we all know. It's a really, in terms of, and in the topic of the Munich Security Conference, it's a geo-economic contest for industrial leadership. And this is also where our guests will come in a second. So China has built dominant clean tech supply chains. The United States are reshaping this industrial base through massive incentives. And the question really is, again, focusing on Europe. Where does Europe stand? Europe brings in strong engineering, innovation power, and regulatory ambition. But it continues really to scale up. And it continues to struggle with the scale. So what is the vision between the gap between the vision and the execution? What are the real, so to say, on switches, the push buttons, when we want to see European competitiveness? Is it capital? Is it regulation? Is it market integration? Or is it a little bit more risk appetite? Just to bring in some thoughts, we will debate in a second. May I introduce you to my guests? So we have Dr. Wolfgang Fink with us, who is leading Goldman Sachs Europe as well as Goldman Sachs Germany, and also as Chief Executive Officer. Thank you very much for making time in your calendars. Dr. Wolfgang Fink. You have music. We have Professor Dame Fiona Murray with us, the Associate Dean for Innovation at MIT School of Management and Vice Chair at the NATO Innovation Fund, representing, of course, the innovative strategies here on the panel. Thank you so much for making time. Great to have you. We have Jaya Reem with us, joining us to talk about the early stage climate capital. Your partner at Accenture Capital and vocal about joining businesses and decarbonization pathways. Again, thank you for making time in your calendar. And last, but definitely not least, joining us already last year here at the Energy Security Hub, and now this year again, C.V. Diavira is with us, the lead for Europe on private equity and venture capital for the International Finance Corporation, short IFC. And I'm sure you will help us to shed light on the topic from the lens of a large-scale development finance. No pressure, but thank you for being here. And then I'm looking at all of you, because I have a microphone for you, of course, as well, with your questions. And I have time for that as well, right? So this is not a one-way street. It's really an exchange with your questions as well. So I kindly invite you to also share your thoughts. So let's start with the innovation edge, so to say. Fiona, as I mentioned already, innovation is really directed and connected to you. And I mentioned earlier that Asia treats clean tech really differently as an industrial profit engine. When we look to the US treats it as a strategic industrial policy rather than a regulatory challenge when we look to the European side. So bring in the European perspective and explain to us, where does that leave Europe in that clean tech race, caught between these different industrial superpowers?
Okay. So I think I'm going to play the professor on this panel, and I'm going to see whether I can take us back a few decades, because a few decades ago, I think we would have argued that most of the innovation, the early stage ideas that were being generated around batteries, new battery chemistry, new sorts of energy technologies and solutions were being generated in the United States and were being generated in Europe. But what was happening was that because it was more efficient and cheaper to manufacture those solutions in China, we really didn't pay attention to industrialization and industrial scale production. China was also subsidizing the market for things like electric vehicles. And so the supply chains went in that direction. And what I think we've been left with is we continue to have this extraordinary wellspring of new ideas on both sides of the Atlantic. The US has woken up, I think, to that fact and said, actually, we need to now put our thumb on the scales. We do actually need to subsidize some of these markets. We need to engage in industrial policy. Europe, I think, is at the moment wondering what next. And in order to really be successful, we have to make sure that we create the conditions for the extraordinary private sector ingenuity, for these companies that we're seeing that are incredibly exciting, where early stage capital is beginning to come in. But the question is, how are those companies going to scale? What markets are they going to tap into? And is Europe going to make it possible to be a place not only to have ideas at the lab bench, but to demonstrate, to do things in test beds, and then to really gather the capital to scale, because the market is here as well? That's the puzzle for Europe, I think.
A puzzle with a lot of pieces, I would say.
But not a
puzzle with a lot of pieces that you mentioned already. Yeah, I'd like to come to you, because beyond the headlines and beyond the different puzzle pieces, let's have a look again where Europe is standing, and where is Europe not just competing, but also truly leading when it comes to clean tech. Can you give us a landscape, an overview on that landscape and on the ecosystem that you are actually observing?
Sure. But let's start with where we're not leading, okay? So
another professor.
Is the list longer than the list that we
so let's look in the mirror and face it. We cannot out-manufacture Shenzhen. Yeah, I mean, if we look at the past years since the 90s, at the cost curves of batteries, at electric motors, at PV, 99%, this is all coming from China, manufacturing hardware at scale. So commoditizing hardware pieces, this is done. Okay, but at the same time, and now I'm very optimistic, and if I'm looking at this room and looking at the panels that we just have, I think that if we look at deep technology innovation, we have a lot of that in Europe. And Europe has always been strong in putting euros into knowledge. We can discuss, we've not been good in turning knowledge into euros, but turning euros into knowledge. We're here in Munich, TU Munich. If you look at Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, Delft in Denmark, in, let's say, ETH, if it's Imperial College, we have a lot of good science here. We have 150 years of muscle memory of engineering, chemical engineering, Haber-Bosch process, still today, one of the most used ones. So we have a lot of deep know-how that even in China has not been figured out. I was in China a few months ago. I was asking BYD, what are you working on? Silicon nanobatteries. Hey, we have companies here in Europe solving this. So I think that when it comes to deep tech innovation on the value chain of a lot of stuff, we have a lot to do. Second, and that is the integration, the deployment of all these companies that are, or these technologies that are coming the cost curve down. Someone needs to bring them to the market. Someone needs to integrate them. So it's not about the commoditized hardware. It's not about the commoditized software. It's about the engineering. Again, coming back, it's about the engineering, the integration play, the deployment play, the financing of that. No Chinese company is going to put PV on German solar roofs. And that is where we have a lot of stuff to innovate. So I'm very optimistic.
I was about to ask you if you are rather an optimist with the long list that we're having, but maybe not advancing to scale enough. So again, are we scaling that advantage fast enough? Obviously not, as you mentioned.
I don't think that we're not. I think we have challenges like any other challenges, and we're facing new challenges as the geopolitics environment is changing. It is putting challenge on all of us, right? But if you look at the first of a kind, for example, that we're all talking about that, and we're going to talk in a second as well, this is something that has not been a problem before, because first of a kind, there has been a first of a kind always, but first of a kind technologies has always been on the balance sheet of big corporations, BASF, for example, doing a new plant in a certain new chemistry. So it has not been the startups that have been asked to do first of a kind. So this is new and we're tackling, but it's not all gloom and gloom. So I think that we're learning on the job and we're scaling and we're doing a pretty good job.
It's really refreshing to have such an optimistic voice in these geopolitical times. Thank you very much. And Sibi, I'm turning to you because when we talk about, of course, scaling, we also talk about and need to talk about financing the future. And of course, how capital now gets also stranded when we think about these scale-ups and when we think about all these solutions that are out there. And when we follow the news, the numbers are out there. Europe has a record dry powder in private equity. Funds, or it rarely funds first-of-a-kind industrial plans. So maybe you can tell us a little bit more the recipe, what it needs to unlock capital for investments into the industrial scale-up phase, to get rid of the dry powder.
I don't know if I have the recipe. I like cooking, but on that side it might be challenging. But something that I can say is, of course, as we are a large institution, our primary mandate is on the emerging market. When we are looking and investing into private equity, into venture capital, we can see like the sense of urgency of building and putting at scale. But there is also something that we need to realize when we discuss with private equity firm, when you discuss the term of a fund is 10 years. Okay, and they usually have the perception of technology risk, which for them make it difficult to say, how do I combine my 10 years fund within a first of a kind that I have to put at scale? So that makes things very difficult for them. And that's where I think institutions like ourselves or other IFI are coming, and we are working as well with public institutions to say, what type of project, what is the missing catalyst that we need to put to the private equity firm to finance and to put at scale those type of first of a kind. I think the first one that there is the public-private partnership that we are developing a lot in Eastern Europe. Those are also teams that we are strengthening and see how from one part, the World Bank and IFC are working together to put this type of public-private partnership to also make commercially viable those type of projects. Because that's the first type of question that we have. What type of blended finance, what type of de-risking type of project as an institution we are able to put together as well to say, okay, this is something which will be commercially viable, but we are here also to help you and to see like this, without this type of instruments, it won't happen. Then there is, of course, all the regulatory framework, which is, around us and on the day-to-day, and those type of regulatory framework need to have a setup, a very strong setup, to make this thing happen and to have the first of a kind. And to give an example, I think it's very interesting. We were just discussing before the setup of the panel of what happened, what changed since last year. That's something also. We're not asking always every year the same type of question. Did we change something really? Did we have something that moved from 2025 to 2026? And when I see, of course, type of the project that has done at the policy level from the European Union, it takes time, but it happens. You have the green hydrogen project that has been done by the European Commission that put together 1 billion fund, and without this, it won't be possible to have something that will be commercial today, and that was not in 10 years ago. Okay, it's not probably at the scale that we need, but there is things that are happening.
Maybe I'm not patient enough. Is that the case? Because, of course, everybody is running that race, the clean tech race, and everybody is running forward. We don't have time, but what you're saying is, of course, we are running. It's maybe not as visible.
I think that it is visible, but there is different. We as human beings, we like to see immediate things that are moving. But I think we have to also take a step back and look overall. What did we do 10 years ago? Where were you? And where we are today? I don't think there is this type of fund that was existing 10 years ago that were completely focusing on clean tech and can come and see and talk to IFC and say, okay, can you help me to go to emerging market? That was not existing 10 years ago. So there is different paths of time that exist on the immediate way and on the long term. So we have to be patient a bit.
Okay. Dr. Wolfgang Fink, of course, this brings perfectly the connection to your work and from your perspective at Goldman. When we look into the US, or maybe you can share with us the lessons that you are adopting from the US to deepen our private capital markets here in Europe, to deepen here really the race for clean tech, but also for more investment. What would you say? What's necessary?
I just thank you, and thank you for having me. I just want to add to this comment. I mean, a lot of innovation is happening. The question is, where is it happening? It's exactly your point. When you think about the European corporate landscape, they're highly innovative. We just take it as a given. But when you look at the R&D budgets, we have a debate here as to why why so much money is flowing into traditional industries. There's certainly a question around that, given the exposure we have in some of the traditional industries versus the new technologies. But so I just want to say that as a preface. The other preface I would want to make is we come quite some way. I mean, the interest in the European ecosystem in startups by international funds is massive.
Huge.
Now our debate is a bit more, why is not more European money flowing into European venture capital as opposed to why is any money flowing into European venture capital? Yet there are massive money flowing into European venture capital, but usually mostly from the US, from US funds, from US sources. But we want to change that as well over time, and that's fair, but one step at a time, and we're trying to change multiple levels of this system at the same time. And if you look at it, you just say, well, this is not going fast enough. Well, things take time. We have to re-engineer some of the things, and I don't want to...
Like what? Can you give us an example of a structural
I don't want to digress into a macro speech, but if you think about that 0.2% of our pension and insurance money goes into venture, and in the US, 2+% of pension and insurance go into venture. Maybe we should do something with Solvency II. Maybe we should do something with Solvency II. We have said it now a couple of years. Maybe we can get that done. When we list listing regimes at stock exchanges, why do you need to do the full listing that you have for a larger cap company, for a VC? So there's lots of things in the architecture of the system which you need to attack. But when you look at some of the proposals, even today, that came out from the finance ministry, we're moving into this direction. I'm not saying I'd like to have things faster, but I recognize it's really happening. So now back to your question. The stock exchange as a solution for an exit for VC companies has proven to be very difficult. Part of that is market-induced. It happens for a lot of companies, not only VC companies. Partly of it is obviously with the nature of VC scale-ups. The US is more used to that. We have half of the number of startups that we have in the US. We have roughly a fifth of scale-up compared to the US. When you look at companies between 500 and 10 billion, we have 11% of that amount, 100% US compared. So you see there is a problem with the scaling. And the money for the scaling. So what can we do about it? The public-private partnerships, because that's happening all over the world. By the way, we have all noticed that governments in the world have become more activist, whether it's good or bad, become more involved, whether you like it or not, in the US, in China. So now, is it a time for European governments to become more involved? Probably yes. Now, it has to be a partnership, though. It has still to be appealing to the private sector. Because you need to partner and it needs still to be a good investment proposition. The other thing I would say is, number two, companies stay private for longer, especially startup companies, for the reason I just mentioned. But again, there are rounds that are later stage capital rounds, which are now quite established. We just led a couple of them. I can mention it if you're interested. And the last part is the idea that bank financing, hey, Herr Fink, Sie sind doch von einer Bank. No. Forget the bank. Okay, this is risk capital. So you need to come with risk absorption layers, be it equity, be it preferred, be it some structured, highly structured, subordinated debt. That works. These products exist and you can apply them. So I don't want to be too pessimistic again. I know we could do more, but I would say capital is there. For me, the key issue, if I may say that, is speed to market. We just take too long.
Okay.
So can I pick up on that?
Yeah, so absolutely, pick up your thoughts.
So it seems to me, I mean, when we want capital markets to work, we sort of think about it from venture capital on. So you also mentioned euros into research. Research spins out. The spin out gets early stage venture capital from funds like yours or from the NATO Innovation Fund, and we then need scale-up funds to come afterwards. What is it that drives those investors to take risk? It's because of the promise of something really significant at the end. And the more you can do that with pace and scale, the more you can reach that promise. And so you really do have an opportunity for some extraordinary returns. And I think what's going on here is actually some of the geopolitics and some of the tensions that we see and the real interest in energy now for resilience as much as for climate, and energy for geopolitical sort of stability or a geopolitical hedge, if you want to call it that, suggests that there's actually an even greater urgency around a market and a greater willingness to pay. And so I think that's an incredibly important piece of this. We're also seeing companies in Europe, I believe, being much more strategic and saying, I'm not necessarily going to wait for a government contract. There's a company somewhere in the room here called Veer, which is a sort of transatlantic company that I know well between Boston and Berlin, that uses high-temperature superconductors to sort of wrap around wires to make transmission more efficient. Now, for some time, they thought they would do this on the grid, but that is incredibly time-consuming. The regulation is costly. You know, the grid regulators don't want to do it. All of a sudden, there's also a really big market shift to saying, let's do this in data centers. I've suddenly got commercial customers who want to do something quickly. And as soon as you do that, I think some of the capital frictions that you talked about start to unlock along the capital value chain. Because you're really saying, okay, I've got a much faster moving market, and that is going to unlock some of the frictions. It's not perfect. It won't solve Solvency II, but it really will help.
But Fiona, maybe I'll stay with you for that momentum, because a lot of deep tech firms are leaving Europe. You know, and the question really also goes into the direction: how can we keep more of the value capture state here in Europe? And how
I haven't actually. So I lived most of my life over in the US. I'm at MIT, and I have a great privilege of being surrounded by amazing deep tech companies. But I will say, about 3 years ago, I came to, maybe it was 2 years ago, I came here to the Munich Security Conference, and before I got here, I went on a wonderful visit to TUM, to Unternehmertum. My German is terrible, so I hope I said that right. And I was so impressed that I sent a text back to MIT, and I said, we should come and look at this. They're supporting entrepreneurs better than we are. And for me, that's the greatest compliment I can pay any of you. It really is. And I will say at NIF, we've had the privilege to invest in some extraordinary entrepreneurial talent, incredible ingenuity. We've co-invested, I think, in some really interesting companies. I see those companies staying here. They desperately want to be here. They will expand. They're smart enough to know they need to get into US markets, which are big, and they do get US investment because the US investors move quickly. They do their due diligence much, much more quickly. They will take more risk. But those companies, I think, are building here, and if we can support them to industrialize here, I don't think it needs to be an either-or. I think that we ought to be able to take the best of both worlds and attract American companies to be here to tap into this market too. And so I'm positive about the companies. I don't see as much departure as we used to. And so I really do see a difference that makes me incredibly optimistic.
Wonderful. Another optimist here on stage. Right. When we look into the US market, the European market, of course, I'd like to come to you because, of course, you observe also the Israeli market very closely. Israel built a world-class startup engine without a deep domestic IPO market. So maybe you can share with us the Israeli lesson that you see for Europe when you compare these markets and when you are actually also working on the bold questions. Who is doing what better? Who is doing it faster? When we talk about speed in the clean tech race, so where do you see the comparison and also the lessons that the German market or the European market they need to highlight?
Sure, that's one of my favorite topics because I come originally from Israel, but now 17 years in Germany, married one. And then I learned that the national sport is not soccer; it's renting. We like to rant about our IPO market, etc. But if you look at Israel and the ecosystem that is very successful, there is no local IPO market. But at the same time, the venture capital industry is very successful. That means that you don't need an local IPO market in order to have a successful one. And actually, if we're talking about all these American stuff and investors, etc., Israel as a country doesn't care. Why? Because what is important for the country is not the capital gain tax or the money that they are doing about from the taxes. That doesn't move the needle for the country. What does move the needle is income tax, Einkommensteuer. Yeah? That is where you create jobs. So what is important is where is the R&D. Yeah. And as long as the companies are in the country, that's where the wealth of the country, that is also the technology sovereignty that we're talking about that is so much needed. So all these American companies or investors coming in, good. We want the companies to be here, and we're happy that they're coming, okay? That's that. On what Israel is doing right, I think it's a combination of three things. And I think that in the past we've missed, but it's moving. So one is, we said, you need to have the science. You need to have the universities and the education. As said, we have that. Two, we need the startups, ambitious founders. I think this is changing, okay? In the past, we've seen engineers that are in love with engineers. I'm saying it because I'm an engineer as well, so I'm allowed to. But we see the young generation that is very business savvy and wants to conquer and thinks globally and not just locally. And third, and this is the most important point, and Nif is here, is the defense part. A lot of the R&D, a lot of the innovation in Israel is coming from the military. When you give young people very important tasks to solve, and they take that innovation and they translate it to the civil market, you get that type of an ecosystem. And it is what it is. We're not happy about it, but we are in the situation that we are, and we need to make the best out of it. And I think what is happening in Europe and the fact that we are investing now in defense is actually a good thing in that regard. Have a look at how many startups are now in the drone market. This was not there 2-3 years ago. So our investments that are now growing, NIF was not there before, right? So the fact that we're now investing this, I think we're closing the loop on the three elements that are really important into creating this ecosystem.
Before I come to your questions, and of course to CB, Wolfgang, you're nodding, so would you agree with what Yair is saying, that of course these geopolitical times when defense is more on our agenda and in our attention, is that actually the big lever for the clean tech race that we need?
I think it's a very impressive example, but at the end, it's just a proxy for, let's say, guarded, purpose-driven government intervention. Sorry to say, but at the end, the same was in the US. There are certain projects which the DoD finances, and that allows research, deep research, to be on, like you said it before, just the first mover kind of gets a cushion for what he tries to do over a longer period of time, when private capital would get very impatient. And that's what we're seeing everywhere in the world. In Israel, it's very pronounced because of the special situation of Israel. But you see it in the US as well. And I think we should see it here as well. It's one of these things to say, how can I make the environment a bit more calculable for the founder? And more time for him to develop, instead of being out there and having to answer to jittery capital investors every quarter, or every half year, where he stands, right? Or she stands. So that to me is very important. And that's a part of it, and everybody has it. And we had a well-meant kind of market economy type of purist view on this for too long. Yeah. I'm not an interventionist, but you have to honor, if you want to make massive progress in key technologies, and you know all these key technologies, be it quantum, be it fusion, etc. Yeah. I mean, you need to have some government intervention. We had this in this country before. I'm not an economic historian, but just go back to the 60s and 50s, 60s, when we developed nuclear technology in this country. So we had this before. It's just gone from our memories a bit. But this will have to happen again. And frankly, it gives the investor obviously some confidence, then come in, as Fiona said, with additional capital. And it can't be the state regulates everything, because then you don't get the private investor. It's also clear. So there needs to be a fine balance, and I think you have done it pretty well over there. Yeah.
Do we have any questions? Just give me an overview of who is actually willing. Oh, not all at once, please. Okay, I will give you this microphone in a second. Just get ready. I just wanted to have a quick overview, but the future belongs to the brave. In a second, sorry. But thank you. Sibi, before we come into that question and wrapping it up, of course, we need to also talk about the emerging markets and the emerging markets as a proving ground for European clean tech. And you're, of course, working with the power of the emerging markets daily. So where do you see the biggest levers when then it comes to the clean tech race, when it comes to the leapfrog power, the imperative of leapfrogging industries, clean tech technologies, where do we stand in partnership with the emerging markets and actually being on that road and in that race together?
Yeah, before I come to that, I just wanted to react a bit on because all of what we just mentioned about the speed to market and creating jobs, I think this is just music to my ears, because this is what is at the front of what the World Bank Group is doing. I mean, what we and the president is saying again and again, and we have to get as a matter of fact that we are facing something that never happened before, meaning that by 2050 there will be 1.2 billion young people that will come into the market that are all coming from the developing world. And out of this 1.2 billion, today we are only able to create 400 million. I mean, I don't need to do the maths to understand. And we know that the technology and all of this that we are doing and discussing today on the conference will be part of this. Energy will be part of this. When you create and when you do clean tech, when you have those deep tech that are able also to leapfrog to emerging markets, this is where you will create those type of jobs. And I think that's something which is key when we talk about the speed to market. When you go to most of the developing markets where we do intervene, the speed to market can be much faster, but they usually don't think about it. They are like, no, this is too far, but this is what we are trying to say, look, we can help you at our level. We are present in 110 countries. Can you partner together? We are based in Europe, but we have markets in Eastern Europe, in Africa, in Asia, everywhere. We can, if you want to test something today, maybe we can test it there. It will be faster, and then it will. You can come back to Europe and create really those global markets. So I think this is something that is really reflection of what we are saying today. And as you said, not to be patient, but to fasten the solution. Yes, to speed.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you, Sylvie. Okay, now we are ready for your question. Tell us quickly who you are, and then, of course, your concrete question.
Sure. My name is Mart, and I work for Veer, so the company that Fiona mentioned. Thanks for the mention. I'm curious, for the two investors on stage, if you think about a deep tech company that needs to raise a large amount of capital. So we raised a large Series B, not based on an order book, but based on commercial interest. And when I look in Europe, I think that's still pretty hard. But for deep tech, it's necessary because you're going to scale. So my question to the investor, what does a startup in Europe need to show to an investor to actually get that Series B or C investment without having a large order book? Because you simply are not going to have it by that time yet.
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. So
maybe I'll try to answer that.
Yes, quickly, and then we start with that question, then we come over to the next question.
So
yeah. Thank you.
The unfortunate truth is that you need traction. Okay, I don't know a single software company that goes to raise Series B and says we have zero ARR, but please give us 100 million. And so why hardware companies think that they can do that? Now, I understand the problem in innovation, but this is the way capital markets work. And if you want to raise 100 million, you need traction.
Okay, Wolfgang, quickly, and then I come to one more question.
We helped raise a Series B for IQM, quantum computing company in Finland recently. And I think we were impressed by the customer network, sorry to say, the operations, the quality of the operations, and the milestones that they have been putting out and they've been performing against, and their partner network all over the world. And obviously you had a large US fund kind of helping us to address the US portion of it. So you need the US, I think you're totally right. But so what, right? I mean, we got 300 million done and the company is very happy. So I think it's absolutely possible, but yes, you need to convince. There's a due diligence, you know all that. Clearly, regardless whether you're in Europe or in the US, you have to basically show the performance and the milestones. Huh?
But don't you think that there's technical milestones? There's milestones that demonstrate commercial value and commercial interest, and that's different from classic traction in a software sense. It's impossible. If I'm running a fusion company, I mean, I can have a contract, but I need expressions of interest, potential offtake agreements, milestone-based offtakes. Those are the things that are those are the closest proxies I can build to a software traction when I've got a long, deep tech set of milestones that I've got to build. So I think there's a sort of intermediate space.
The reality is that all these guys want us to invest at B valuation with a seed risk. And as an investor, you need to be compensated for the risk-adjusted return that you're taking, and that's...
But you also have to believe in the upside.
But I
the
believe
question
that
is, what's the upside, right?
Then,
and then
if
you
it's
think
a
about
seed,
it differently.
if it's a seed
Oh,
valuation,
good that we have
believe in
2
the
more
upside.
days in debating in getting that done, because this is really the core where we need to focus. Okay, the lady with the glasses, please, and then we need to wrap it up. Thank you.
My name is Alexis Haas. I'm the managing director of Sublime Systems for the EU.
Another
UK
wonderful
market.
company.
We're founded in the US. It's a zero carbon cement company. We make cement in electrolyzers, not in kilns. And what you were talking about before, I'd like to bring you back to the previous topic. There are multiple companies who are in the US who now see, who are always interested in the European market, and now have an even stronger level of interest. I'm kind of wondering from your perspective, as a lot of those companies moving over are just pre-Series B or just after, so it's really in that difficult, first-of-a-kind scaling period.
What's the question that you'd
I'm
like to
wondering
take?
what the challenge, how Europe is going to solve this challenge of sort of stealing away a lot of the growth and the capital and bring it here fast enough, because those companies can't wait forever. I'm looking to build a plant here, but like it's a question of how quickly the market will be ready to be able to support those companies coming.
Yeah. Wolfgang, I think this is a perfect question for
it's an easy one. Thank you.
And
no, but part is also the business model. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. Part of it is the investor needs to see that sort of product, which is obviously a brilliant idea, is actually finding adoption, finding orders in the relevant target customer group. And here we struggle because there is sort of this cat and mouse play going on, with I need the order, then you get the financing. No, I first need the financing, then I can basically scale and get the order. And that's a very critical juncture, in my view, for many of those. But we will, as investors, we will focus on how good is your order book, how good are your contracts, where's sort of the backup by some corporates. And I think the message back to the European corporates is, if you have something, okay, go and actually get them to sign up. And then you'll get the financing. I'm pretty confident. But it's not the other way around. I often get this, we have a great product, can you help us? And I say, okay, so give me a reference from projects, from customers who wants to actually now start building this with you together. And if you get an industrial company of a certain grade and standing, we're ready to finance.
I want to be not popular,
Just a quick add-on.
Again and stand between you and the break. But look, it's not our job here in Europe to solve the American startup ecosystem problem. We need to solve European problems.
It's the same problem,
right?
For the startups that come here.
And because if they come here and they do an SPV, and we finance that SPV with European Investment Bank or EIC money, we finance the SPV, but the value is created in the holdco in the US. Which is, again, not what we want to create. We want the jobs. We want the R&D. We want the holdcos to be here. So if you flip the company to Europe, Netherlands is a great place. Luxembourg is a great place.
And Germany? Question mark?
Corporate law, not so great. But we have companies that are flipping to the US. We need to stop that. We need to flip to Europe. You flip to Europe, we can talk.
Perfect. This is a wonderful closing statement. Exclamation mark. Thank you, Dr. Wolfgang Fink. Thank you very much, Fiona Murray, Yair Riem, and Sibyl Diabira. Excuse me.
Thank you. No.
Thank you. Merci again.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. A round of applause, and then we change to the stage again. Thank you very much. Merci bien. And we are shifting straight away into our closing. Yes. I'll get out of the way. Because, of course, again, it's only the beginning of PAC days, but I want to use this opportunity for the closing reflection of when we like to bridge technology and human purpose, but also how innovation can serve not only technological and economic progress, but also when it comes to strengthening the resilience, fostering cooperation, and coming together. Wonderful. Stage is all yours. Maria Leptin and Carlos Pascual, thank you very much. This is your round of applause. Thank you. Hi. Lovely to see you again after the Berlin Forum.
Very happy to be here.
Yeah, lovely to see you as well. So Maria Leptin is with us, the president of the European Research Council. It's an honor to have you with us. And she is one of Europe's most respected scientific leaders. So as I said, it's an honor to have you on stage. And we have Carlos Pascual with us, the Senior Vice President for Geopolitics and International Affairs at the S&P Global Commodity Insights. And you're also a former US ambassador to Mexico and Ukraine. Again, we like to use these last 5 to 10 minutes-ish to really reflect on what is said and to really reflect on the purpose of technology, to really zoom it out again in our conversation, asking really for whom instead of just how much does it cost, how much speed do we need, but really bring it a little bit to the human-centered aspect. So when you strip away markets, metrics, megawatts, security discussions, what does successful innovation mean in 2026 to you? How do you see the gap towards innovation, Maria?
Actually, when we were talking about this session, one of the points that came up was resilience. Our resilience for the future of society in the context of innovation and transition from knowledge to innovation. And I think that's, me being a scientist and leading an organization, the European Research Council, that funds discovery science, fundamental science, frontier science. I think I'd rather talk about that and say what I think we need for resilience for our societies in this context. I think we need two important things. One is diversity, and the other is trust. And I'll say that. I'll explain what I mean. So diversity, we've heard a lot about, from the previous panel, how the knowledge is here, how the discoveries that drive today's tech innovations were made in Europe. Yes, they were made in Europe, but they were not made with the knowledge that they would lead to what we have now. And so this pipeline from knowledge to innovation, to wealth, to societal well-being, it is a pipeline, but what we need to put in the front of the pipeline is not one bit of knowledge. We need a huge pool of knowledge into which we may tap at some point. So we need diversity now for the future. I think that's really important that we don't lose that diversity. We let people do blue sky research that may or may not feed discovery in the future. The other is trust. Very briefly, we need to trust our scientists that they know where the frontier of science is and not block them. That's what's happening. That trust has gone totally missing in the US now. It's terrible. I was just at a Harvard student-organized Europe conference. It's totally gone. So we need to retain that trust in the researchers to know what to pursue so that we have the resilience for the future. Tons of stuff I could go on for, but I know time is going. And
Carlos, thank you very much. We're coming back to that, and of course, in a second, just using, and coming and deepening the keywords that you mentioned. But Carlos, what is your take on innovation that we need actually for 2026? What should it also deliver for society? Because that was what Maria just mentioning, resilience and trust, but not losing the societal aspect of innovation. Where do you see the lever that we need?
Katie, we're trying to solve some of the world's hardest problems right now, and climate change is a good example of that. It's a challenge that is intergenerational. We're fixing it for the future. It's a challenge between companies of who is going to take the cost of that carbon budget. It's a challenge between companies that are competing, and you all know from CBAM all of the issues that have arisen as a result of that. And I can say as a former diplomat that the beauty of the words on a page will not solve this problem. We need innovation. We need technology, because what we have found is that unless we have concrete technical solutions that can point us to a pathway that there can be an understanding to resolve a problem, on some of these issues it's not going to get done. And that's something that is going to take state support. If you think of the American investment in solar and reducing the cost of solar to make it competitive, because in the end that technology has to compete in the marketplace. But the technologies that we're talking about in many of these cases require huge expenses in market infrastructure. It's not just developing an app that you put on a phone. It's something that it's going to require tens of billions of dollars of infrastructure that are going to be necessary in order to be able to succeed. Quantum is another category. You can have companies that may invest in that. But I think that we're at a point in time where we need the state involvement, we need the issue of infrastructure, and final thing I'll say on it is the issue of equity and access. If we look at the issue of climate change, what has been one of the biggest problems that we end up facing on access to technology in the developing world? Power is a local issue. You get paid in local currency. It has huge risks to be able to do that. Differentiate that from oil, where you're exporting it and getting paid in dollars. Look at the issue of AI. If you have a huge demand for power in the deployment of AI, and you think about that in developing and emerging economies that don't have access to power, where's it going to go? And so unless you can find a way to address the access to capital that extends that technology to the developing world, we're going to end up with solutions which are actually going to end up increasing the gap between countries, which is a very human and real problem that we're going to have to deal with.
I'd like to dive in because when you mention, of course, the power and the innovation, that doesn't come weightless, right? When we talk about the resources, we think of minerals, we think of infrastructure, of manufacturing capacity, and of course also in the weight of geopolitics. So in these times of transition, how do we prevent the energy transition from creating the next generation of these strategic choke points that we are now stuck in, when we talk about the weight that innovation also carries?
Yeah, it's not preventing the next choke point. The choke point's already here. And look at what happened in the United States with the Chinese embargo on rare earths and magnets. In May, you had Stellantis, Ford, GM all raise their hand and say, we're going to start shutting down auto plants unless we get relief on this embargo. All of you know this well. If you don't have access to those rare earths, you cannot build a motor. You can't build basic technologies. It's going to affect the auto industry, the air industry, everywhere in the world. And increasingly, it's becoming even broader. It's not just rare earths. Think about lithium, cobalt, graphite, the development of batteries, the batteries in electric vehicles. There's a study that we've just done in S&P on copper in the age of AI. Today, China is buying 66% of the lithium ore that's available in the world, and they're capturing most of the new processing capabilities, and they have the ability to drive others out of the market. And so it's not something of just preventing. We have these issues right now. It's one of the reasons why you saw this huge conference with 55 countries coming in the United States on the issue of rare earths. But then you've got to think about, these are complex solutions. Because think, how long does it take to build a mine? For copper, the average is 17 years, right? Oh, we've got a problem. How long is it going to take to do that? For processing, how long does it take to invest in the processing? And it's no longer the case that China is stealing intellectual property. China, on many of these issues, is the owner of intellectual property. So yes, it involves international cooperation and engagement. But Maria, I got to go back to the point that you mentioned, trust. Because right now, we're not in an international environment of trust. And if we're going to build that kind of cooperation across countries, that's going to be one of the huge issues that we're going to have to deal with.
Maria, let's go back to the big topic of trust and, of course, innovation in order to strengthen societal resilience as well, because this keeps us together. But in the terms and in the big topic of innovation, can innovation repair social cohesion, or can innovation also, or is it risking also in fragmenting it further when we talk about trust and innovation?
Well, I think, I'm not sure that's directly connected, but of course innovation can create rifts. I mean, we just had the case of OpenAI yesterday, or whenever, just recently, who were always the good guys and going to be available for everyone. They're now going the same model as everyone else with ads, which in the case of what we've seen, what AI does, and the way these big companies use AI for people who can't pay the ad-free ads, they're going to be sucked in a way that those who can pay won't be. So all these technologies initially create rifts, and then we've got to be very careful. At this student conference in Harvard, the difference between Europe and especially for investment, and especially in deep tech, regarding regulation came up, and it was also mentioned on stage here just now. So we can let these things go. Europe tends to regulate, and there are lots of complaints about that. But, also with what I've seen recently, NIH has been using patients' data to mine for racial differences in ways that were illegal. They were leaked. Here, with the GDPR, that wouldn't happen. I'm not going to say it's never going to happen, but it certainly we're better protected. So yes, there are rifts, and the regulations we have, I think, help to minimize these rifts. Of course, there are also brakes. They put on brakes. But I think we have to be very aware of risks, and that's where we need the social sciences and humanities to do the research and to, sound the warning bells.
And what's needed to build up trust? What you mentioned, the trust is eroding in the US market, but because trust, it's a beautiful thing. Once it's gone, it's gone. It's hard to build up again. So I'd like to stick here for the last minute with you. How to build up that trust again?
Well, by engaging, by telling the truth, of course. We have to remember. I always speak for the scientific community, being a scientist myself. In the surveys, scientists still do come in before journalists and governments. So in terms of trust, so they're still more trusted. But yes, it can break down very fast, and let's not let that happen here.
Beautiful. Carlos, one last thought, and then.
Can I just say one thing on that, though? Because this issue of trust is fundamental on how trade functions and works. One of the first things that, if you want to build resilience, you have to diversify in any field, right?
Exactly.
You need a diversification of supply chains. Why are those supply chains so disrupted? They've been disrupted because trade agreements have been broken, tariffs have been imposed. They're done essentially by one principal actor, the United States. And in order to be able to break those trade agreements and impose those tariffs, you have to be able to say that you don't have respect for agreements, right? So how do you build trust in that kind of environment? And it's one of the issues that's going to come up, and it has already come up around this conference that was created, because if the same actor on the one hand is breaking apart supply chains, how do you create confidence in them? How do you create the facilitation of trade? How do you get multiple partners investing in those supply chains? That's one of the big issues that we're going to have to try to figure out how to address as we go forward.
And it's a good question catalog for the next 2 days. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I want to be respectful with your time, but this, of course, brings up right into our conversation for the next days. Thank you very much. This is your round of applause. Maria Lepton and Carlos Pascual, stay with me for a second. Thank you very much. Before we are coming to an official end, and I know some of you have to leave early, sorry for overdoing it for 5 minutes, but it was just important to really wrap it up again tonight. We've seen a lot. We have beautiful response scale-ups here on stage. Now we are ahead of a 2-day program, and I hope to see many of your faces very soon again. Tomorrow morning, for example, for the 8 a.m. breakfast session. We have croissants and, of course, coffee, with the topic of rules without power, developing Europe's geostrategic capacity. So, allow me 30 seconds of logistical notes. We have an evening event now coming up. The BMW shuttle fleet is waiting just outside. So, if you're registered, please join us again at the Goldman Bar. And with that, I quickly wrap it up. Thank you very much for coming, and I'll see you all tomorrow at 8. See you. Thank you.